Welcome and thank you for standing by. For the duration of today's conference, all parties will have a muted line. Again, all parties will have a muted line. I would now like to turn the conference over to the host. Thank you. You may begin.
Is that mute now? All right. You can turn me back on real quick.
Whatever. Muted?
Hi, the meeting will begin in just a few moments. The board members are right now getting ready to take their seats, and this will be a listen-only conference call, so you can listen into the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board here in Sacramento, California. The audio will turn back on just as soon as the meeting begins.
Testing. Good morning. Welcome to the first Wildfire Safety Advisory Board meeting. I'm Alice Stebbins, the Executive Director of the California Public Utilities Commission, and am officially bringing this meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So, for a housekeeping item, I just want to let everyone know the restrooms are located through the rear doors at the back of the room. Go straight down the hallway. They can be found on the right. If it becomes necessary to evacuate, there are two emergency exits. The first is out the way you came in, through the rear double doors, then turn right and exit through the lobby. The second is through the doors on your right. For you all, it's on your left, board members, over here. If you go out these doors, turn left, head toward the end of the hallway, and exit will be on your right. Thank you. So first, I'd like to introduce them, the individuals sitting next to me. So we have Staff Counsel Jason Rieger and Wildfire Safety Division Director Caroline Thomas Jacobs. And I'd like to introduce our board members. So not in any particular order. Jessica Block. Jessica is a governor appointee. Jessica has been a Senior Research Associate and Associate Director of the Wildfire Lab at the University of California, San Diego since 2011. She was a Wildfire Research Officer at the University of Melbourne in 2010, a Research Associate at the University of Ballarat, Australia from 2008 to 2009, a Research Associate at San Diego State University in 2008, and a Senior Research Developer at Arizona State University from 2005 to 2008. Jessica earned a Master of Science degree in Geological Sciences with an emphasis in urban ecology from Arizona State University. Welcome. Next, Marcy Edwards, another governor appointee. Marcy Edwards has been principal of MLE Consulting, Inc. since 2017. She was general manager of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power from 2014 to 2017, city manager of the City of Anaheim from 2013 to 2014, and general manager for Anaheim Public Utilities from 2001 to 2013. Edwards was interim chief executive officer for the California Independent System Operator in 2004. She held various positions at the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power from 1976 to 2000, including Assistant General Manager for Marketing and Customer Service Business Units, Bulk Power Business Unit Director, Energy Control Center Manager, and Superintendent of Load Dispatching. Marcy earned a Master of Public Administration degree from the University of Laverne. Welcome. Diane Fellman, another governor appointee. Diane was a public utility regulatory specialist at the California Public Utilities Commission. From 2017 to 2018, she was Vice President of Regulatory and Legislative Affairs for the Western Region at NRG Energy, Inc. from 2010 to 2017. Director of Regulatory and Legislative Affairs for NextEra Energy Resources, Inc. from 2004 to 2010, and an attorney in private practice from 1986 to 2004. Diane was legal counsel at the California Public Utilities Commission from 1983 to 1986, and a hearing officer and officer manager at the California Energy Commission from 1977 to 1983. Diane earned a Juris Doctorate degree from the University of Cincinnati College of Law. Welcome, Diane. John Mader, another governor appointee. John has been an electrical distribution engineer for the Pacific Gas and Electric Company since 1998. He is president of the Engineers and Scientists of California, Local 20, International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers. Welcome, John. Alexandra is not here today. She is also a governor appointee. Alexandra Seifert has been chief scientist at Sage Insurance Holdings, LLC, since 2018, and adjunct professor in geography department at San Diego State University since 2011. She was a senior research scientist at the Conservation Biology Institute from 2007 to 2019, and a postdoctoral research scientist for the University of Wisconsin-Madison in the Department of Forest and Wildlife Ecology from 2005 to 2007, and a Geographic Information Systems Analyst and Environmental Planner at Van Ness Hagen Breslin from 1998 to 1999. Seifert earned a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Geography from San Diego State University and the University of California, Santa Barbara, go Gauchos, a Master of Science degree in Environmental Studies from the Virginia Commonwealth University, and a Master of Public Health degree from the Medical College of Virginia. Welcome, Alexandra. Ralph Armstrong, our Senate appointee. Ralph Armstrong Jr. has held several positions with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local Union 1245, since 2007, including Senior Business Representative and Senior Assistant Business Manager. Armstrong held several positions with the Western Area Power Administration from 1995 to 2007, including Occupational Safety and Health Specialist and Journeyman Lineman. He was a journeyman lineman for the Florida Power and Light Company from 1989 to 1995, and held various positions for IBEW Local 349 from 1983 to 1989. Welcome. Christopher Porter. Christopher is our Assembly appointee. Christopher Porter has held positions with IBEW Local Union 47, including Business Representative and Assistant Business Manager. Thank you. Welcome. That's right. So welcome, board members. Just to do a little bit of administration here. Agenda overview, just quickly to talk a little bit about our purpose and goal today is really to go over the administrative items and also introduce you to the Wildfire Safety Division Director and her team so they can bring you up to date on their progress. You all have folders with the documents we will be discussing and reviewing in front of you. So the first administrative item to discuss is bylaws, but before we get started, I did want to ask if you would like to nominate a chair and co-chair at this time.
We would, and I would have the honor of nominating Marcy Edwards as our chair. Is there a second?
I second that.
Do we have an aye vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And a co-chair.
Is that right?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Diane Fellman as co-chair.
I second that.
Do we have an aye vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Marcy Edwards, you are board chair for the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board. Diane Fellman, you are co-chair for the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board. Congratulations. You get to do this next time. Welcome. Okay. So the other order of business is the bylaws. We did draft up some bylaws, which you may or may not have had an opportunity to read. Would you like to vote on those now or table those and vote at another time?
I'd like to make a motion to table these for further discussion.
Okay. And an aye vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Okay, so at this point, I'd like to see if there's anybody that would like to come up for public comment.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Laura Janelle, and I'm the Managing Director for Regulatory Affairs at Southern California Edison. Thank you for your efforts today. We are pleased to see this Commission promptly taking on the task before it. We look forward to working with you and providing both public and written comments as you move forward with your statutorily mandated efforts. Collaborative efforts to understand and plan for wildfire mitigation will be critical as we all continue to adapt to the threat of wildfire. Forums like this are important as we confront the multifaceted challenges before us. In the few minutes that I have, I would like to give you some background on SCE's efforts to prepare the grid over the years, as well as what we are doing today. First, well before the increasing risk of wildfires was apparent, SCE was investing in a smarter, stronger grid. Over this past decade, SCE invested $27 billion in our electric system, with more than $11 billion focused on maintaining, upgrading, and modernizing the grid with state-of-the-art technology that improves reliability and resiliency, while having the added value of reducing the scope and scale of PSPS events. These investments allow us to sectionalize our system to substantially reduce the number of customers that could be impacted. Notably, of the 5 million customers in our service area, less than 100,000, or 2%, were impacted in our most severe PSPS event of the last fire season. In addition to what we have done in the past, there's a lot of work going on today to mitigate the effects of wildfire in California. SCE remains focused on implementing our wildfire mitigation plan and grid safety and resiliency program. These efforts are bolstering our situational awareness, further hardening our infrastructure, and enhancing our operational practices in high fire risk areas. We are accelerating these efforts even as we await CPUC approval of the cost recovery associated with them. SCE values its critical role in achieving California's climate and air quality goals. But in order to play a role in the shared journey to a clean energy economy, we know we need to further strengthen reliability and resiliency. With those closing thoughts, I want to thank you again for the opportunity to be here. We know how important this issue is to you and the communities we serve. It's critically important to us as well. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to make public comment at this time? Okay. So the next item on the agenda is Bagley-Keene. So Jason Rieger, our staff counsel, will go over that.
Good morning, board members. My name is Jason Rieger. I'm an attorney with the CPUC, and I'm here today to assist you as necessary and possible. That may have been me, may have been you, not sure. Anyway, I'm here to talk about the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. It is an act that does govern your board as well as the commission and expresses ways in which we can get our work done. So the intent, excuse me, let me put on my presentation. Will help. So why Bagley-Keene? Bagley-Keene was passed quite a while ago, and it is an act to have the people's business done in open session so that the public can be informed of what is going on in their name, and they can have a say in the instruments of government that they have created. That includes you guys doing today's people's work. The Bagley-Keene does apply to state bodies, including advisory bodies that were created by statute, as the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board was. And the main focus of Bagley-Keene is to govern how board members discuss amongst themselves, either in person or via teleconferences or via emails or via a series of communications through intermediaries, and I will go through those things, but I want to lay out, that is the main focus of Bagley-Keene. And Bagley-Keene is not focused on your interactions with the public. Bagley-Keene is not a limitation for how you meet and interact with the public. It is not how you meet and interact with your staff members, myself, or any other liaisons from the commission. That is not the concern of Bagley-Keene, so do not feel hampered by Bagley-Keene in those situations. Bagley-Keene's focus is on meetings of the board. And what is a meeting? It is when a majority of members get together in the same place or in the same time, that includes via teleconference or email, to hear, discuss, or deliberate upon any matter within the subject matter jurisdiction of this board. That is what Bagley-Keene is focused on. So that includes teleconferences, webcasts, etc., but it does not include social events. If there's a new mayor in Sacramento and there's a get-together, meet and greet, you all can show up there and engage in a social event as long as you do not discuss board work there. There's some nuances, and first and foremost, let me stop and say, if you ever have any questions about any of this, I'm here to help answer your questions. My email is at the end of this presentation. Do not hesitate to contact me with any questions you have whatsoever. Happy to help. One of those potentially nuanced areas are conferences. You may find in the course of your work you want to go to some conferences. Perhaps a majority of the board members wants to go to conferences. That is an area where you should probably reach out to the Commission's legal division, and we will find a way to make it work for you, and so that you get what you need and still be in compliance with Bagley-Keene. As I said, Bagley-Keene is concerned with a majority of board members being in the same place and same time. It also has a prohibition for serial meetings, which is when a majority of members, through a series of communications, discuss a matter. So, Commissioner, Board Member A and Board Member B can get together, but if then B goes and talks to C and D, you then have a serial meeting, and you've looped in a majority of members about a conversation outside of a Bagley-Keene notice meeting. That can be problematic. Again, if you have a situation that you're concerned about or want to talk to me, happy to work with you to figure out a way to make it happen that works. This is an area that I think is of great use. As I said, Bagley-Keene is concerned with getting a majority of members together. By definition, a minority of members can get together and talk about things outside of a Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. So we have 7 members on this board. 3 of them can get together outside of a public meeting and talk about an item or a subject matter item, so long as they never bring in a 4th member. At the Commission, we call these things Bagley-Keene partnerships or alliances. They are very helpful. But one nuance I want you to be aware of, these partnerships are informal. They are Board Member A and Board Member B say, hey, we're both interested in this sub-issue, let's get together and talk about this. If you formalize that situation by taking a vote by the full Commission to set up like a subcommittee or something like that, that is a situation where Bagley-Keene reaches down and now says that subcommittee itself is subject to Bagley-Keene, cannot meet unless it's an open session, 10 days notice, various other rules. So it is a distinction that is important. It is possible for minority members to get together and talk about something, but it has to be an informal working group and not a formally created act, not something formally created by an act of this board. Subtle difference, but an important one. Yes?
Does that mean if we want to form committees to do our work, they can be no more than 3 members, even if we had 4 members and we're not discussing a particular action item?
If you are forming committees through an official act, they will be subject to Bagley-Keene themselves, and at that point, you could have as many members on this subcommittee as you want. If you wanted to keep it informal, such that these working groups did not need to notice their meetings and could meet in, a home, let's say, you would have to keep it to 3 or fewer members. Yes?
I can get my mic to work. Anybody listening in on the call can only hear if you speak into the mic.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Would you like me to repeat my question? Okay, so my question, Jason, is if the board members, 3 of us, have a discussion regarding matters before the board, would it be a violation to share with the other board members that we'd had a discussion and the subject of that discussion, but not go into the matter itself?
The quick answer is no. It would not be in violation of Bagley-Keene to inform. In fact, I have seen in other advisory boards from the dais, the members say, hey, I'm interested in this and I'm interested in that, and they go back and offline have their informal working group. So that even can happen in public. that you have this, but even if you don't do it in public, it is perfectly fine to inform the other board members that board member A, B, and C are discussing the issue of problem trees, or whatever that is. And it is also perfectly fine for that working group to come back to the full board in a Bagley-Keene meeting and say, we've discussed this, we've done some research, this is our initial thoughts on this matter. So I'm just going to briefly go over this because I think a lot of this will be handled by your CPUC liaisons who will help you set up the notice and agenda. This is kind of logistical stuff you don't normally need to worry about in your position, but I just want you to be quickly aware of it. Some of the ways to make a Bagley-Keene meeting compliant, make a meeting compliant with Bagley-Keene is you have to have notice and agenda 10 days before the meeting, at least 10 days before the meeting. The notice has to have the time and the place of the meeting, a brief description of the items, and a little bit more information about who to contact if you want more information about the meeting. Again, I think we at the CPUC will handle most of these logistics for you. The critical part for you guys to digest is that the agenda needs to be out 10 days in advance. There are a few ways to have a late ad. I will get to that in a couple of slides. This is a wrinkle about teleconference meetings that, again, you may have questions when this comes up. Feel free to come and talk to me offline, email me, because this can be kind of wonky, let's say. The board can meet via teleconferences. It can happen under two different ways. You can, in your agenda, list, in your notice, list each and every place a board member will be teleconferencing in from, so long as those meeting places are open to the public and the public is available to communicate there. They're ADA compliant. It basically means you can't do it from your home or your car, things like that. However, this is a rule that advisory boards have that the commission doesn't have the pleasure of having, is that if you have one primary location where a majority of board members will be physically present, the other board members can call in from a private location that's not listed in the notice. So that helps advisory boards do their work with a little less stringent logistics. But in both situations, when you're having a members call in, all votes need to be by roll call. A small thing to remember.
So the question is, as long as we have 4 board members that are meeting in the advertised public place, it will allow us to be able to have someone teleconference in privately from a location.
Correct. If you have a quorum physically present in a primary location, then members above and beyond that quorum can call in from private locations that are not listed in the agenda notice. Briefly, there are rights to the public, rights that the public have when they come to your meetings. These meetings need to be open to the public. They need to be ADA compliant. You must allow members to speak to the board on any and every item within the agenda, and they specifically have to have a chance to speak to any items before a vote is taken on that item. We can't require them to give us personal information. They must be allowed to record the meeting as long as it's not disruptive. And if I or any member of the commission is distributing items to the full board, we make those items public too. As I said, the agenda and the notice needs to go out 10 days in advance. You will find there comes time where that is limiting in your work. There are a few exceptions to that under Bagley-Keene. If an emergency exists, you can have a vote to add something to the agenda after the 10 days. Emergencies are matters of life and limb. They are serious emergencies. Your board may be dealing with such things in wildfire safety. Otherwise, you can add things to agenda if something came to your attention after the 10-day. You didn't know about it before, but it's something that needs immediate action. We can add that to the agenda late. We do have to have at least 48 hours advance notice to notify the press. Bagley-Keene does allow for meeting in closed session under very limited circumstances, basically pending litigation, real estate sales, transactions, terrorist acts. I'm not sure if this board will be engaging in anything like that or not, but we will cross that bridge if and when we come to it. As I said, in addition to adding things to the agenda, after the 10 days, there are limited ways you can actually have a meeting less than 10 days out. Again, emergencies with a crippling disaster for life and limb, special meetings where something just came up. Something that may be relevant to this board is if you just find out about legislation and you need to take a position on it ASAP, and before 10 days is out, you might be able to have a special meeting in that circumstance. These wrinkles are the perfect time where you should loop me in and the rest of the team, and we will work through it and make it happen to the extent we can. I don't know if you will have a chance to have adjournments or continuations, but Bagley-Keene does allow for that, and I'm happy to work through the logistical process if and when that comes about too. Getting towards the end of my presentation here, how is Bagley-Keene enforced? The board can be enjoined from doing something if the courts think it would be, some future act would be in violation of Bagley-Keene. Your votes can be determined null and void if it's determined that it wasn't Bagley-Keene compliant. If we're sued, may have to pay court costs. I do not envision any of those things happening, but I just want you guys to be aware of them. And lastly, and I've never seen this happen in the state of California, is misdemeanor charges for board members who willfully deprive the public. Again, don't see that happening. Last, these are the government code sections that make up Bagley-Keene. The AG has put out a handy guide to Bagley-Keene. The commission has a guide. I'm happy to get those to the board members offline. And there is my email address. Please do not hesitate to ask if there's any questions about any of this. I know I just shotgunned a lot at you guys right there. And a lot of this stuff makes a lot more sense when you're actually working through it in real time. No, none of my presentation touches on Public Record Act requirements, and I am happy to go and look into that and to see to the extent it applies to this board and figure out the logistics of how we would handle such a request too. Sure, I'll take that under advisement and report back.
And one other request is how ex parte rules are treated by the board. I know we have a specific exemption, but what does that mean for us in terms of interacting with stakeholders?
That is, again, I believe something you have an exemption for in statute, but I think I would like to fully think about that and all the parameters of that and then report back. You're welcome. Well, thank you for your time, and I'll be here the rest of the meeting for any legal questions you have in general, too. Thanks.
Okay, so board members, I had 2 action items on that, PRA requirements and ex parte exemption report back. So noted, and we'll get back to you on both those items. At this point, I do need to open it up once again for public comment. Is there anybody who would like to make public comment at this time? Okay, moving on. Future meetings is our next topic. And what I had sent you previously, and again, these are suggestions, you can decide what you want to do. We looked at all the commission meetings that the PUC has over the years, over the next year, through 2020. And basically, our meetings for the California Public Utilities Commission on Thursdays. So I put wildfire safety board meetings on Wednesdays prior to that. But if that doesn't work for you, or you want to change it, you can. Okay, thank you. But what I would like to do today, if possible, is get the next meeting scheduled so we can kind of look forward. So I know in your folder you have this. I also sent this to you. Are you in agreement that we can schedule the next meeting? Chair Edwards, does that sound? Okay. So the next meeting on here, of course, is Bakersfield, but that's pretty quick. So the next meeting could potentially be March 11th. Well, February 26th is also on here, but one of your board members cannot attend that. March 11th of 2020 is here in Sacramento. If in all likelihood, it would be in this room. Then San Francisco, March 25th, another one of your board members cannot make it, so it would be April 15th. May 6th is another date, one of your board members cannot make it. May 27th would be the next date. And then after that would be June 24th. So I've got March 11th, April 15th, May 27th, and June 24th. Statutorily, you're only required to meet quarterly, but that doesn't mean you can meet more often, that you just have to meet at least quarterly. So the next quarter would bring you into April. So April 15th, if you were to go by the quarterly, you're required to meet in April, May, or June. You can schedule additional meetings. We just have to make... Absolutely. That's correct.
Excuse me, may I just make a suggestion that we try to set a date, perhaps before March 11th, since that's about 6 weeks from now? Is that
I
acceptable?
completely agree. That's why I want to make sure we have the ability. I'm just not sure we want to sit here and manipulate calendars for
Okay, I just
a while.
wanted to note that.
That's
Thank you.
something staff can do, is solicit some additional.
Absolutely. We don't have to make a decision today. We can do it. I just wanted to get some feedback from you.
Diane's point's well taken. We really need more frequency early on until we get, our role and scope and stuff settled down, so.
Okay. So,
Yes, we can set these dates, so we can lock them in our calendars.
okay, so you're setting March 11th, April 15th, May 27th, and June 24th. Do I have an aye vote?
Aye.
May I, is my mic on?
Yeah, I think so.
Can I have to clear my Wednesdays for those to work. Can we table it for now, or should we vote on it? Is it important to vote on it now?
It's important to at least get the next meeting set, and if necessary, we can hold off on the others.
Is it okay for me to ask for that?
Absolutely. And Chair Edwards, if you want to, we can go ahead and use these next 4 dates. Jessica, you can check, and we can change it publicly at another.
Tentatively accept those next 4 dates?
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to put on the record then that March 11th, April 15th, 5/27, and June 24th are potentially right now the dates for the next 4 meetings. Question? It's a lot of meetings. You're okay with that? Okay. All right. Duly noted. Is there at this time, if there are no other questions about future meetings, I'll open it up to public comment. Okay. All right, so the next item, and we can move through this fairly quickly. It's administrative. So right now, I just wanted to let you know that I'm currently going to be hiring an analyst, a technical analyst or two, to support the board with all the work and the efforts that you have, along with some support staff. Because like after this meeting, you'll be submitting travel expense claims. I want somebody to be able to assist you with that and do that for you, as well as pay you for the meeting. So that's the work that's behind the scenes that we'll be doing. Do you have any questions about any of that? I provided you the information. I can go over it with you individually. I'm sorry, Chair Edwards, do you have a question?
Hires?
I actually have applications in-house right now. It's just a matter of sitting down and doing the interviews. Most of those are internal candidates, a couple external. So I'm hoping to get 2. That's the goal. The other thing is yes? Would you like input? Okay. Okay. Would you like to sit on the interviews? Okay. Absolutely. Absolutely. The other item is you do also now have emails that are part of that you can do all your board business with. So if you have any questions about those, I know Mr. Armstrong, I have IT working on yours, so we'll get help with that. There's also a web page up. I sent you the link to that. As meetings take place, if there's anything that you want to post on the web page, we can post it for the public. Okay? We're also developing a listserv. I'm working with our News and Outreach office on that. If you have anything you want to add to that or any groups that you'd like to add to that, we'd be happy to take those as well. Questions on anything that I've discussed at this point? Okay. If you have specific later, please feel free. At this time, I have to open it also up for public comment. Is there a public comment on the administration? Okay. Well, the meat of the meeting will now commence. I'm going to turn the meeting over to Director of the Wildfire Safety Division, Caroline Thomas Jacobs, and her team, and back off.
Good morning, Chair Edwards and board members. It is a pleasure to meet with you guys today in the inaugural Wildfire Safety Advisory Board meeting, and I look forward to working with you on the important mission of reducing utility-ignited wildfire threat across California. So my objectives today is we're going to be giving you an overview of the Wildfire Safety Division, all of the efforts that we've currently been working on and what our goals are for 2020. And then my staff, Melissa Semser, and as soon as I get there, I'll introduce them. Melissa Semser and Christopher Meyer will be giving you an overview of their branches and the specific work they're doing to execute our mission, and then certainly open it up and talk to you and answer any questions that you have. Before I get going, is there any other objectives you'd like me to add to this list that we can tackle today? We can always add at the end too. All right, great. Well, with that, so again, I'm Caroline Thomas Jacobs, got appointed October 22nd, so I've been on the job for a little over 2 months now, or just about 2 months. And then my first mission was to hire staff to help me. So Christopher Meyer, he is our program manager overseeing our compliance branch. And then Melissa Semser, she is our program manager overseeing our wildfire mitigation branch. So they will also be getting into detail on what their branches are doing. Do I have the clicker? If I could, yeah. Thank you. I'm going to get the presentation going. All right, great. I believe you guys have a hard copy of this in front of you as well. So first, I just wanted to orient, one of our first objectives when I got on board was to make sure we had a clear understanding of what the Wildfire Safety Division's mission was. So this is an overview of how we think of our mission within the Wildfire Safety Division. First and foremost, it's all about the investor-owned wildfire mitigation plans, reviewing, evaluating, assessing for approval the wildfire mitigation plans. And so Melissa will talk a lot today about specifically how we're tackling that for the 2020 plans, which are due in just a couple of weeks. With that then follows on the safety certificates. So the Wildfire Safety Division has responsibility for reviewing and issuing the IOU safety certificates after the initial safety certificate. So the initial safety certificate is reviewed and approved by the Executive Director Office of the Cpuc, and then follow-on safety certificates are handled by the division. So that is our sort of second. We then monitor compliance to the activities that are articulated in those wildfire mitigation plans, including the public safety power shutoff compliance that is articulated in the wildfire mitigation plan. So we have a role in the PSPS as well, as it is a part of the wildfire mitigation plans. And then we also are responsible for conducting the safety culture assessments, which we do in collaboration with the Safety Policy Division at the CPUC that is responsible for developing the process of the safety culture assessments. So at a high level, those are our key missions, is to get those tasks done. There's a lot of work then that we're doing to establish the division and make sure that we have the people, processes, and tools to execute that mission. So what is our objective for 2020? So we have 3 key objectives for 2020. First one is to build out the division. Obviously, it's a new division, so there's a lot of work that has to be done to simply establish all of the people, procedures, and tools to ensure that the division can execute both within the CPUC structure that we're currently in, but also as we transition to the Natural Resources Agency, as we are legislatively mandated to by July 1 of 2021. So that's our first mission, is building that out. The second mission is to fulfill our 2020 statutory responsibilities. So there's some very clear things we've got to get done in 2020 that we're very focused on making sure that we're hitting the ground running and be able to execute those statutory requirements. And I'll go into detail on each of these. And then last, of course, is developing the transition plan for the transition to the Natural Resources Agency. So we're beginning that process, obviously, sooner rather than later, to make sure for a smooth transition. So I'd like to just explain a little bit of how we're structured in terms of the first objective there. The Wildfire Safety Division is right now embedded under the Executive Director Office within the Commission. So if you are in that middle long line, it's the fourth one over from the left. There's Wildfire Safety Division. So that's how we're currently structured within the CPUC. Then how are we structured within the division is we have 22 positions in total for the staff that we're actively hiring. As of today, literally 2 hours ago, Ryan Farber is our most recent hire. He came on this morning and he came straight here. So we're actively working through hiring all of those 22 positions, and all of the other positions that haven't been hired on. We have the applications that we're working through and moving as quickly as possible on that. How we're structured is we have, of course, the director, I have a support person, and then it's the 2 branches, the Wildfire Mitigation Branch and the Compliance Branch. The Wildfire Mitigation Branch is the evaluation and assessment of the wildfire mitigation plans and the components that roll up into those plans, such as the safety certificate, and then the Compliance Branch, which is responsible for ensuring that we're executing on all of our compliance requirements and following up on compliance and monitoring of audits and field inspections for the investor wildfire mitigation plan compliance activities. Within the Wildfire Mitigation Branch, we have analysts, a GIS capability that we're hiring for, and a scientist position that we're hiring for. My goal when I came in was to make sure that we had some core skills across the overall team. We needed to make sure that we had institutional knowledge in terms of the taking on this responsibility. Obviously, this work had been happening prior to Wildfire Safety Division, so we wanted to make sure that we were getting educated and ramped up passing on the institutional knowledge from the teams and staff members that have been already doing this work. So we're working very, very closely in a hybrid format this year with those staff members across the CPUC. So it's truly a hybrid effort across both new staff and the staff that had been doing this work to ensure that there's seamless transition. We also wanted to make sure that we got expertise that could be able to build on the technical capabilities of the division, so specifically bringing in GIS and data analytics capability into the team, because as I will talk later about having a clear data strategy to make sure that we're using data to inform our processes and our evaluation across the board is critical to how we're looking at this. Then on the compliance branch side, we're breaking the branch into two sections, north and south. And Christopher will go into a lot more detail on how we're executing on that compliance mission, both by staff resources as well as contract resources, and leveraging the work that's required for the IOUs to do their own independent evaluation. So we're creating a hybrid approach there as well to make sure that we have comprehensive coverage of the state, but we are breaking up our staff to have areas of responsibility in the north and the south. So in addition to the structure of the team, we're also building out the policies and procedures for the division as well, to make sure that we have clear protocols for how we're running our business. And again, we'll be marrying that up with how Natural Resources Agency is structured so that we can have a transition there as well. And last but not least, we've been focused on making sure that we just have the nuts and bolts that are required, like having space and cubes and computers and all of the equipment that's required to run the division. And we've been having no problem with getting all of those needs taken care of within the CPUC. So what have we been doing for the last 2 months? First and foremost, hiring. We've been focused on hiring on the people side to make sure that we're moving as fast as possible. What we've been able to accomplish so far is we focused on the management and supervisory roles. So brought on, obviously, as I mentioned, Christopher and Melissa, and then they're working on getting their program and project supervisor positions hired out, and Ryan is the most recent hire of that. And then the remaining positions that are the staff level positions, we're working through as quickly as possible, and have had great support across the CPUC and specifically within the HR department to make that happen as quickly as possible within the state processes to make that happen. In terms of processes, so one of the first objectives for me when I came on board was to get the wildfire mitigation plan compliance request for proposal, RFP, back out on the street. So that was something that had already been in the works, had been put out on the street. We didn't have a successful bid, because this is bringing in the contractor that will have the broader reach, and just in terms of staffing, to really do the boots on the ground, if you will, compliance work with the IOUs. So we needed to make some adjustments to that RFP to be able to cast a wider net for the proposals that were coming in. So we made some tweaks to that, and we got it back out on the street. So we're currently, we got it back out on November 12th was the date it was actually published. We've been working through that process of reviewing that. Actually, it's this week, and Christopher, again, can talk a little bit more detail about where we're at on that. This week is where we're actually receiving the proposals from different vendors that are included or that are interested in this RFP, and we're on track to be able to execute that contract by mid-March is what we're targeting, to be able to have that contractor on board. Also, what we've done is we've established a new 2020 hybrid evaluation process for the 2020 plans. As you probably are aware, in the 2019 plans that were submitted, the main focus of the compliance the evaluation process was, did it meet all the statutory requirements of the 20 components that are required to be in the plan. This year, what we've done is we've worked with Boston Consulting Group, that I'll get into a little bit more detail here. We hired them on in the summertime to help us really do a deep dive in evaluating how can we strengthen and make more sophisticated our evaluation process for the wildfire mitigation plans. So we've done a lot of work on that, and they've come up with a new approach to how we're going to be doing compliance. I don't want to steal Melissa's thunder on a lot of that detail, but that was a huge lift to happen. All of that work was published in December through a ruling at the CPUC through the wildfire mitigation proceeding. So the IOUs received that direction in December and will be submitting their plans under that new guidance, the new wildfire mitigation guidelines and maturity model guidance that we're doing for this round of plans. What we also did was that we recognized that there was still more work to be done to continue evolving our processes around how we can drive improvements on wildfire mitigation activities within the IOUs. So we've executed a phase 2 amendment to our Boston Consulting Group contract. So they are continuing to work through the next 6 months through June on a continuation of evolving those documents as we receive public comment. Also, when we receive your comments and thoughts on that, so we're very much looking forward to your review of those documents so that we can evolve them with your input. And then also, we know that using them through the 2020 evaluation process, we will learn what worked right and how we can continue to improve the lessons learned through the actual use and exercising of that new guidance and the maturity model. So we're going to be incorporating that in real time into the model so that we can keep evolving it for 2021 and beyond. We will also be working with them on developing the wildfire data, utility wildfire data strategy that also is to really flesh out how can we across the spectrum, both within the CPUC, but also our external stakeholders, how can we leverage the data that's being created around this particular area to be informing more decision making and being able to be smarter about how we look at this and improve the processes around it. Also, what we've done in the last couple of months is, again, we've secured all the space for the Wildfire Safety Division within the CPUC, when we've already begun conversations with resources too around space, thinking about space, to make sure that we have a place to go there too. And again, we'll be doing an analysis with them when it comes to technology needs on what that transition looks like. All right, so what does that mean we're going to be focused then on moving forward? So the next year, what are the big buckets of things we're focused on for the next year? In terms of people, obviously hiring the remaining staff that we need for our division is our immediate focus on that. In terms and building out our Wildfire Safety Division operating model, we're working with BCG on this as well to really flesh out what our vision, mission, and then objectives are for the division. Both how it's currently structured within the CPUC, but also thinking that through with the transition plan to the natural resources so that we really have a clear vision. I'm a big believer that we can't be successful in the nuts and bolts of what we need to get done if we don't have clear guidance in the North Star that we're aiming towards. So we're really fleshing that out and being thoughtful about how we articulate that. And as we're evolving that information, certainly I'll be sharing it with you and asking for your advice too to make sure that we're moving in the right direction. And then again, securing the remaining technology needs. So this is actually a big one. We need to build our technology capabilities to be able to meet our mission, particularly around data analytics and GIS, so that we can be smarter with the information that we have. So working really closely with the current CPUC IT department to be able to articulate what that looks like within the CPUC, and then that will be an ongoing conversation as we're working through the transition plan to the Natural Resources Agency of how we can evolve that technology under the umbrella of the Natural Resources Agency. In terms of statutory requirements, key things, so we need to hire the people that we've been told we need to hire, so that's the easy one. But I'll kind of focus in on that very middle square there, the processes, because this is really where the meat of what the year is going to be about. We need to get to 2020 wildfire mitigation plans evaluated and reviewed for approval and denial. So that is our number one mission right now. And again, Melissa's going to be going into detail there, but we've already begun work on that in terms of building an evaluation team and having an orientation for that team to the new tools that we're using to conduct that evaluation. We are expecting then the IOUs to immediately submit for safety certificates once those plans are approved by in the May timeline. So we will have that, obviously, will be the add-on activity after the plans are done. And then the safety culture assessments, conducting the safety culture assessments, which much of that work has begun, again, even before we existed, especially in the PG&E side. So what we're doing is we're working with those that have been already working in that space, and we'll be, as we get our staff members hired, they will be joining in at the hip with the folks that are already doing that work to get them up to speed on that work, and then transition that baton, if you will, over to our division for the further work on it. Then there, of course, is the key, right, is the compliance piece. We need to make sure that what people are saying in a plan that they're doing, it's actually happening, and that it's making a difference in terms of reducing wildfire threat. So that's going to be a key piece this year, is to really drive the compliance and making sure that we're moving as quickly and thoughtfully as we can to ensure that compliance is happening with those plans, and that we're using whatever levers we have to push to ensure that they're meeting the objectives they need to be able to reduce the wildfire threat. And again, Christopher will give you some details on how we're tackling that. Certainly also, I'm very much looking forward to, now that you guys have been instituted and established with this meeting, receiving and incorporating recommendations from the board into all of this work that we're doing. And I, again, am happy to, as you guys are developing your meeting agendas, go into more deep dives in particular areas of interest for you, where you flesh out where you're going to be focusing your energies on those recommendations. So as you're developing those agenda items, please just keep me in the loop so that we can be ready and to prepare and talk to you about how we're working on those particular areas. Then last thing I'll speak of before I move on from this slide, because I think I've covered almost all of it at this point, is the data analytics piece. So again, I mentioned this already a couple of times, but it's really a critical component to the success of how we do business and how the IOUs honestly do business, is that there is a lot of data being created around this wildfire, utility-ignited wildfire problem, right? So as people on an everyday basis are operating to try and reduce this risk as well as respond to it when it happens, data is being created, and we need to make sure that we're leveraging that data to inform ourselves for the future, so that we can be focusing our energies and the investments and our time in the right places to make the biggest improvement as quickly as possible around this threat. So there's a group that we're working with on this effort to really flesh out what that data analytics capability looks like. And with that, actually, I'll move on to the next phase, because I think this is really a critical component. So I mentioned Boston Consulting Group that we're working with, and they're helping us think through this. We're really trying to align. Did you have a question? Absolutely. Yes, please. It is a lot, and I'm happy to answer questions as we go.
I have one. You were just saying you're working with somebody on the data analytics piece. Is that not Boston Consulting Group or somebody else?
Boston Consulting Group
Okay.
and external stakeholders, which I actually have a slide that shows all the folks that we're working with.
Great.
Yes.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
So yeah, and I welcome, please just, put up a hand and I'm happy to pause to have a question, take a question. So in terms of the Boston Consulting Group work that we've been doing, like I said, we brought them on in the summertime, and they did a bunch of industry research for us on what are we in California currently doing around this effort, and that's the broad we. What are other countries doing around this utility wildfire mitigation effort? So they did industry research on what best practices are there, and then did a lot of thinking around what does that mean, where we need to go in terms of developing a strategy and a roadmap for how to approach this problem, a utility-ignited wildfire problem. So what we did is our sort of high level focus has been is we want to, this is a problem that requires collaboration, right? No one actor can ultimately solve this problem without collaborating with others. So we have an approach where we're going to be collaborative both from within government as well as with the IOUs and other external stakeholders that have a role in this. We want to always have a local perspective in terms of how we're looking at this, because at the end of the day, where these fires happen is they happen locally. They're felt locally. The impact is local. So we need to always have a very clear local focus on what is the end result that is happening, and how do we want to change that end result and drive decisions and initiatives that impact at the local level the reduction in that risk. We also need to look at the long-term resilience, that, we can't be only ever focused at immediate impacts. We have to have a longer view so that we can be making smart investments to reduce the threat in the long term as well. And as I've already mentioned, I think several times now, all of this has to be risk-informed and data-informed decisions, so that we know that we're not just making, best educated guesses on how this is impact, but we're actually using the data to drive how has it impact and modeling out what the impact would be as we make decisions and changes. So in terms of the collaborative approach, when we brought together a group of stakeholders and created a steering committee, that all of the work that we've done in terms of developing the wildfire mitigation plan guidance, performance metrics, the maturity model, the draft strategy that we're still working on, all of that has been done with vetted and input through the steering committee that has both the CPUC, Cal OES, Cal Fire, also planning and research. We've got Forest Management Task Force, we have the Air Resources Board, Energy Commission. So it's a collaborative approach with these agencies to make sure that we're getting thinking from multiple perspectives on how we're driving and then trying to improve the wildfire, utility-caused wildfire threat. So that stakeholder group, its original mission was to develop the new wildfire mitigation guidance that, again, is put out there for public comment in December, and we welcome your comment on. We decided at the last meeting that this was a really productive group of people to have together in a room talking through this problem at a statewide coordination level. So we made a decision to, even though the guidance has gone out, we're going to keep this group meeting so that we can continue thinking and collaborating on how we move forward on this. So that steering committee is that body right now that is vetting through a lot of this information as we're developing it. And again, now that you guys are established, you will become a critical component of that stakeholder group as well to offer your thoughts and opinions. So what are the key things that we've been working on? And then I'm going to get closer to passing it on to Melissa. So the effort that we're working on with the Boston Consulting Group and this larger stakeholder steering committee group, what we've already put out there is the wildfire mitigation plan guidelines. So for the 2020 guidelines, draft guidelines, the maturity model. The maturity model, this is really important. The maturity model is a framework that allows us at a very specific level to evaluate the wildfire mitigation plans across 52 different capabilities. And again, Melissa's going to go into the details, so I don't want to steal her thunder on this one, but this is, I would say, probably one of the biggest steps forward we've had in terms of how we're evaluating the wildfire mitigation plans, because it standardizes across the plans how they're articulating their plans, as well as gives very descriptive articulation of what are the capabilities that they're actually driving improvement on. And there's a data structure that's behind it that actually has numbers behind the words, so that we can see, okay, how is this particular action going to drive, say, a reduction in public safety power shutoff events, the number of events over year 1, 2, and 3, and an articulation of that. So it's very critical, so where we can measure, are we pushing far enough to be able to make a meaningful impact. The data requests, the supplemental data requests, again, this is putting more structure around how do we collect all of the data so that we can make it useful for that broader data strategy, and then having clear performance metrics of what we're actually collecting data around to drive both the outcome metrics as well as input metrics, progress metrics of how well are they doing what they said they were going to do, as well as are we actually seeing outcomes that we want, for example, less fires, right? So those outcome metrics can be measurable as well, and we can then make sure that we're pushing on the right levers to drive the metrics in the direction we want them to drive. And then last but not least, the data strategy, which is an appendix part of the broader roadmap around how are we going to use data that's being created in an organized way so that everyone that can benefit from that data can have access to it. So we're working on fleshing out what that operating model looks like on the data. So with that, I would open up for any questions of me, because then I'm going to pass on to Melissa to dig into the wildfire mitigation branch. Any questions for me? And again, I'm happy to also, if you come up with a question later, happy to chime in.
Moment, we're kind of in absorption mode.
Absolutely, I understand, that's what I was 2 months ago, so.
The other thing I was going to mention, Chair Edwards and board members, is that at this time, it's 10 after 11, and do you want to take, I know you take a break, lunch, we were going to take at noon, and come back at 1, we can take a break now, come back, you can have a longer lunch, or we can, they have a lot to cover, just want to make sure that you're all right.
Take a 10-minute break and then we'll be back.
Beautiful, okay.
Sounds like we're gonna switch, so let's flip to you, and then we'll just have to move back. Hi. I see. I have that great. I love it. Oh, yeah. Oh, I already asked it on Kelly for her. Oh, no. Yeah, I think she did it when you got that.
It's a little bit more.
Oh, yeah, you'll need that.
We'll just sit over here.
That's a really good idea. Yeah, I used to have all those. I would like to.
The other thing is, you give us some
Since you know about it.
I will do all that. I will completely. Because I just the question is real. Would be quietly to see if you want to get.
Well, that's what. Yeah, they were these.
And that's why
So then, yeah, you can follow whatever they do. Well, I don't know. So there you go. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Christopher.
I'm Laura. Christopher, oh,
Yeah.
okay. Excellent.
We're all like full names. Caroline, Christopher, Melissa.
Excellent. Well, it's good to put a face with a name.
No, it's like
Say
I,
tomorrow.
yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah,
Just
it's
like,
good in the book as well.
yeah, I was thinking back to like I was the CPUC's guy for VAO now instructing other systems down there. So it's like way when my younger days I was I worked as a consultant. I was
That's fine.
good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, well, and that's yes, but it's Sam Nokley. I was very briefly. I wrote the final. It was like 90% of the auditions.
Anyway,
My sister is Kathy.
Then realized I had a 1,000 wide 30 meters and it was just like, let's say I was with the news if I had an office but here I'm like going my 1-year-old
My view will be beautiful. I'll be at the beach every day. But that'll
so 1-year-old thought I was like the mother. I ran these. Yeah, some of the convenience. Make sure you remind them.
So yeah. Any was that helpful for you?
And that's one thing for 30 years.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, and honestly, I have a lot. There's definitely
Then you say, oh, you also want to electrify transportation.
Hey. So.
It sounds like it might be harder to do.
If I could ask the board members to return up to the dais, please. Are you ready to resume?
They're ready to resume. At this point, we'll pass on to Christopher Meyer. As I mentioned, he's the program manager over our compliance grants, and he will give you some details on compliance.
I'm looking for a little light, but I think that actually is working. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher Marr, and I will sort of go through this fairly quickly. All the places that I was planning to say, as Melissa already covered, I will have to remember not to do that since we're sort of flipping this around a little bit. So, very, very high levels, like put a very simple mission statement together, reduce utility-caused ignitions by building a culture of compliance with the electric corporations through audits, field inspections, and outcome-based default corrections. The key there is, we're focused on wildfires that are utility sparked. We're not going to, reduce all wildfires. Really nice if other partners reduced fuel, other things, so that we don't have fires going either direction, either from lightning that takes out utilities or vice versa. Also, one thing you notice that we want to work with the electric corporations to basically find the people within those that have that desire, that passion to fix these issues, and really give them the resources, leverage their knowledge, their ability, and then bring in other people as necessary. But it's really not building a really big hammer. We're just going to sort of keep the hammer in the back pocket and really focus on working to get everyone working on the same page, so we don't spend a lot of effort butting heads, but we're actually all sort of going towards a common goal towards reducing these sparks. For the 2020 objectives, just going a little bit more detail from what Kellen already covered. First thing, we're going to hire the compliance delegate. This person is different than the independent evaluators you'll see in the regulations, whereas that person is going to be hired by the electrical corporations to be an independent evaluator over their specific ones. This one is a single compliance delegate that will report directly to the division, and they'll be overseeing everything throughout the state. So they'll have a little job to sort of bring consistency, but really be my eyes and ears in the field. This team, it's basically, we want to bring a multidisciplinary team that has that perspective. So we're not going to just have a bunch of journeyman linemen or a bunch of people that are experts on, vegetation management, or people that are experts, in designing the system. We want all of those different perspectives together so that we're not focusing all of our efforts myopically on one part of the overall problem. We're looking at this holistically. The bids are due tomorrow. We're expected to have a fairly robust number. That's what our hope is at this point. We'll have to see once they come in, and then we'll start our evaluation process and get these people on by mid-March is our goal. And then we'll integrate those people in, we'll get the training, everything going so we can hit the ground running very soon.
I have a question.
Yes.
So this compliance delegate, and I'm understanding this isn't just one individual, this is a representation of a team.
Yes, the compliance delegate is in some cases similar to the independent evaluator in their qualifications. So this is going to be a mix of journeyman linemen who have that experience. It's going to be arborists, people who understand vegetation management. It's going to be system engineers, people who understand things, because if you can imagine, we're not trying to build this to today's system necessarily. We want to also understand how all the different directives in California, AB 32, for example, we're trying to electrify all the buildings in California. We're trying to electrify transportation. All of those things have an impact on the electrical distribution and transmission system that will create a different load or a different set of issues than we are seeing today. So we want to make sure that what we're looking at as far as what the risks are, where we're focusing, is not reactive, but it's a little bit more proactive to, where we want the state to go with all of our environmental climate goals, and not just creating issues where we've only solved a few problems, and that actually hampers electrification, mixed fuel, other goals that the governor has.
Okay, so let me get this straight so we can all understand. Your posting and recruitment of this delegate team will take a holistic view instead of just a singular, like you said, you're not going to hire all journeyman linemen to go out there and inspect to make sure that it meets GO 95, 128. But basically looks forward and creating changes that will affect us 40 years down the road in the positive, instead of just taking care of the issue right now.
That's exactly correct. We want to leverage all of the people in those different fields who they know their business. We want them to talk to each other more than we're seeing now. So
this is the RFP that Carolina mentioned about earlier, that went out early or last year and didn't get too many bidders on that, so.
Yeah, there was an RFP that went out that didn't get a lot of bidders. Caroline rewrote that and fixed some of the issues therein and solve that issue. So, we're expecting to actually get, bidders on this one that we can evaluate and then ultimately award.
Right, so we're talking about basically contractor versus internal.
Exactly. And so the next thing was like, we're going to be basically developing the compliance requirements. This will be developed in coordination with Melissa's Wildfire Mitigation Branch, SED, CAL FIRE. When we're talking about all of these, the maturity matrix, the metrics, all of that needs to be put into compliance requirements that we can measure against, so that everyone understands what we're doing. Once we have those requirements, sort of the leadership buy-in from, leadership, within Wildfire Safety Division, within the agency, and also with the board, is definitely, that helps with the effectiveness of that, if everyone agrees that these are the ways to make sure that the electrical corporations are in compliance. And then the next steps would be making sure that there's training through the electrical corporations so that people out there in the field understand these, because it doesn't do us a lot of good if the senior leadership understands it, but the people actually on the ground doing the work or the engineers planning it don't understand those as well. So it's always just one of the things we look at is pushing these things down to the people that are actually going to have the impact in the field. And then going on to the third-party independent evaluators, these are the ones that would be hired by the IOUs to watch their systems and works that they're doing on their systems. One of our first jobs, which we're already working on now, is coordinating with CAL FIRE to set up this list. And the first steps that we're going through right now are setting up the qualifications, the minimum qualifications. And once we have an agreed upon set of minimum qualifications, which are, as I say, is similar to what you'll find in our RFP for what we're looking at as far as our compliance delegate, it's going to be a mix of different people. These journeyman linemen are going to be a real central part of that team. It's going to be people who understand sort of the engineering, and also people who understand the vegetation management and other environmental aspects of the programs. And once we get that list, our plan is to get sort of a request for interest out to the public, so we can get people providing us the information that they qualify against this list. Once we have a draft list together, we want to go out and make sure this is a public process. We'll put that list out for public review comment before it's finalized. And once that list is finalized, then the IOUs can meet their requirement of hiring one of these independent evaluators for each of the electrical corporations. And since that party, I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. The way that the regulations are set up, they do report to us as well. So we're going to have a very close relationship with that independent evaluator, and one of the things we're going to look at is make sure that they are truly independent, even though they are being paid by the electrical corporation. And I think that's one of the things you could imagine would be on our list of qualifications, is them demonstrating that they are providing that function and that they are not just an extension of the utility. So, and then a compliance tracking reporting system. Very simply, it's we want to make sure that we have a way to track everything that's going there. Basically, the comprehensive tracking of the compliance in the resolution of defaults is sort of central to our building a successful program and progressing towards our overall goals. So if we don't, if we can't talk specifically, if we're talking anecdotally when we're communicating to either stakeholders, to yourselves, or to the utilities, we're not going to have the value. But if we basically take those compliance requirements, those metrics, all of the stuff that Melissa's team will be working with utilities to build in these wildfire mitigation plans, put those into actually a tracking system. We can actually instead of just reporting non-compliances, we can actually have a demonstration of compliance, of everything that's happening, compliance, non-compliance, tracking of what's working, what isn't working, so we can constantly improve the system. So I'll talk a little bit more about that, on the next slide of how we're doing that. But basically, a lot of that tracking system is going to be built off the work that Boston Consulting Group is doing with Melissa's branch. So, and of course, rounding out the team is very simply, we have our senior team established at this point for the compliance branch, and then all of the positions have been out. So we're now just picking those support staff and just getting a good team, and once again, bringing people from different backgrounds so that we're not just grabbing a bunch of people from the PUC or a bunch of people from the utilities or a bunch of people from the environmental sector. We're trying to get a mixed group that complement each other well, so that, after we've done all of our internal debates and we put it out for public consumption and review, that we're actually hopefully have a fairly robust plan that is not just, as I say, myopically looking at one issue. So, and the final thing for this, yes, please.
Question, and my intent is to get your personal opinion on this from where you're placed in the organization. We've been constituted as a board for about an hour and a half. It's a new creation. We've read the statute. We've seen some of the draft bylaw language. A lot of it is high level, and it uses words like independent and transparent and public process. No problem with any of that. From where you sit organizationally, how do you see this board effectuating that mission? I'm going to put everybody else on the spot, too, so it's not just going to be you.
I was just going to actually duck and let my boss handle that one. Do you want to handle that, or?
Sure. So, I mean, in all that we do, whether it's coming from my desk or Christopher's desk or Melissa's desk, through me, we want to be able to serve that up to you guys and get your opinions on it. As Christopher mentioned, all of the processes that we're going through in terms of developing the new policies and expectations, we're putting out for public comment through whatever process we can, because one of the principles that I'm instituting, and these guys can attest to it, is we need the smart group think to ensure that we're thinking about all of these different pieces of the puzzle from a robust, different perspectives. So the compliance requirements, as he's developing them, we would then present those to you guys and get your comment on.
Just particularly given some of the Bagley-Keene constraints, it's not as if what I don't want the board to do is be either redundant or duplicative in their individual efforts with one another or with staff. That's just wheel spinning. So I'm trying to think through how myself and my peers would be of best benefit to contribute, other than just freestanding individuals that read and react to papers that staff provides. And I really don't have a clear methodology, or I wouldn't be articulating it like this.
So I'll offer up that, even just having the opportunity to have a few individual conversations with you guys, each of you brings a specific set of background and technical expertise in your particular area of where you're coming from. So that's what I'm looking for from you guys, is the background that you come with to the board to be able to provide that perspective on the different things that we're working on. And then there might be something that we're not working on that you see is a missing piece that I would love to hear if you think we're missing something in terms of developing the various policies and evaluation criteria and compliance requirements. So if we've missed some big bucket over here because we've been so focused in one particular area, I would really love to get your thoughts on that as well.
And to add on to that, the role you play over the publicly owned utilities, SMUDs, the LADWPs, in looking at their plans, there might be things within there in the way that you're evaluating things that you're seeing that you might be able to bring to us as things that could benefit what we're doing, or even it could be issues that they're having that you're running into in your role over the publicly owned utilities, that we could either not make the same mistakes as we'll try to do the same and say, here's the problems that I was having in compliance with the IOUs, let you guys know so that you hopefully don't have the same ones with the POUs. So that could be an additional one where you're going to have perspective over the POUs and the IOUs in your role, and you might be able to provide some consistency or a sort of, as Caroline said, a different perspective.
And to do that, but I also want to make sure that on aggregate, we're actually adding value, because you have a lot of compliance pieces. So I'm sure this will help work its way out as we go forward and we get some draft agendas and we start to look at what we're doing. We already know we need to do most of the discussion and debate in the public session, which is perfectly fine. I too want to manage getting 40,000 hours of written correspondence to review, 2 weeks in advance. So I'm curious about, the workloads and the cutoffs, and so we'll just let it continue to unfold. But I did want to articulate that there isn't yet a clear way for us to see how to participate process-wise. We know what you want. I can look at the resumes and tell you what everybody wanted, but it's the how of that I think we're all trying to figure out.
Also, I'd want to say that I'm extremely interested in how you're going to evaluate independent evaluators for the IOUs and have them being paid by the IOUs themselves, and separate that line between employee and independent evaluator. All of the three big IOUs happen to employ and have for many years fire control management, which you would think that at some point they would have been focusing on how to mitigate their exposure through ignition. They had been a cause for many years of several, maybe 10 to 12% of the wildfires here in California, that they would have done something then. So I'm extremely interested in how you're going to separate that, what the criteria is, and what you're going to hold them to, without having any information right now.
And we will be developing and sharing that information with you as we fully articulate it. But yes, that's going to be a challenge. I've had a lot of experience in that work, inspecting inspectors, if that makes any sense, for both the PUC on their projects, but also at the Energy Commission. We had delegate chief building officials that they would go out and they'd oversee the construction of power plants on the behalf of the agency, and one of my jobs was to audit their actions to make sure that they were truly representing the state of California and appropriately, even though they were chosen by and paid by the people building the power plants. So, there is an existing process for making sure that relationship is appropriate. And as I said, if it is not appropriate, one of the sticks we have is to remove them from that approved list, which will be done every year. We'll be working in conjunction with CAL FIRE. This board, I assume, will be part of that process of when we have that draft list, that would be presented to you as well for your input on that as well every year, that we come up to that, so that if there's some issues with one of the people on that list, we can identify that, and those people on that list would understand if they take actions which jeopardize that independent value that they're supposed to be adding per the regulation, they would most likely have to be removed from that list until they can correct the action.
So, Jason wanted to add something to the, answering your question, Charlie.
Yes, in response to Chair Edwards' questions about how best to participate, I just wanted to share a data point. I work with a number of advisory boards, and one of the other advisory boards, the way they do it logistically, and this is not the only way to do it, but just so you know, the way they do it is, if the commission is, say, having a rulemaking on a particular issue that's of interest to them, they will, excuse me, they will individually go back and read the rulemaking before the board meeting. Then at the board meeting, they will discuss it. If they can come to a solid conclusion about what they want to say about the issue, they will task a member with writing a letter on behalf of the full board, which then goes to the commission. I have also seen it done where they discuss a matter and cannot come to a precise point, where they then ask somebody to research it, think about it a little bit more, come back to the next meeting with a draft letter, and that the board then adopts it then or tinkers with it or what have you. Like I said, that's just want to give you one data point as to one way it could possibly work.
Are considering, but also how, going to Board Member Porter's point, how is that process being established? If we could perhaps take a view of that as well.
That we can do.
Chris, one other thing I was just going to mention, coming from the public utilities perspective, is that the Wildfire Safety Division does the audits and inspections of the IOUs, and Christopher has done a great job, and Caroline, in going through that. And when they find or discover something, it's turned over to my Safety and Enforcement Division, who actually does the investigation. Then, as Jason says, potentially an investigation is opened up. So at any point in time, and we can talk to you a little bit more in specifics about how you can insert yourselves into those various pieces and parts, so you can be really, really, really help us and be as effective as possible. Because I think Christopher said it well. We think we know everything, but we don't. And you bring all this knowledge and experience, and just some of the questions that have already been brought up, and just on the group that are in the IOUs on the fires. That's great. Just learning those things and understanding that is just going to be really, really helpful to the organization as a whole. Hopefully.
And the final note on this side, just the audit of the IU's compliance with their 2019 plans. Have an understanding of what the current compliance challenges, resulting risks, is sort of key to building the program right. So we're not just focused on sort of building out from the 2020 plans that Melissa's team is going to work on. We're also looking at what we can learn going backwards as well, and looking at previous compliance. And this is sort of going to be a cross-functional team across the PUC looking at that and just learning, because basically what we want to understand is we have a lot of ideas going forward, a lot of new ideas, but back to that sort of nothing new under the sun idea, we understand that a lot of things that we might think would be a great idea, Safety Enforcement Division or other people with the PUC may have already tried it already. We want to understand what worked, what didn't work, and how to constantly have improvements. And that's, once again, where by sharing sort of what these ideas are and bringing it to the larger group, we can get that feedback to make good decisions. So I will, only 2 slides in mind, so hopefully this will go fairly easily. But back to the compliance tracking system, very simply, this is a device that's not only a functional tool for tracking IOU compliance, but it brings reporting functions as well, so we can sort of look at if there's a default. We can, when we're required to set timelines for resolution, we can track those, make sure that nothing gets left off. It's a good reporting tool to the board, but also to the utilities, because we basically want to not focus on hitting them with a stick all the time. And, hopefully we won't have a lot of things that end up in the Safety Enforcement Division with actions. Our goal is to identify issues and resolve them at the lowest level possible. Having independent evaluators identify issues in the field that are resolved immediately, that we can report in the system were identified, resolved, or identified by one of our compliance delegate, and within a week they were resolved. That's what we're looking for, getting things identified, resolved as quickly as possible, reducing those risks, because we don't want to spend a lot of our resources in putting together very fancy reports with very long timelines, where all the while that unresolved risk or that default is an ongoing threat for wildfires. We want to basically identify and eliminate those things as fast as possible, which we see this compliance tracking tool being effective in that. Also, we can start seeing trends with it. When you start putting information from the different utilities in there, or over multiple years, we can see where we need to focus the program to resolve issues. So that's something we look at it for the trend analysis ability, but ultimately it's going to be something where we put all of these metrics into a place where we have very definable tasks that are reported on by people in the field and during our audits, so that we are not just able to say, here's the reports of non-compliance. We can actually say, here is the system we've created to say what they're doing, good and bad. So it's a sort of a more active, more proactive system than just trying to find them doing something wrong. We want to actually let them know, first of all, that we're watching, and also let them know that every single thing within their wildfire mitigation plan is going to be put onto the system, and we're going to be looking at all of those items, not just writing up what we happen to see with people that are on the field. So the next yes.
While you've been talking, and what opportunities are we going to have for follow-up questions? Some things that I see that I'd like to be able to gather from the IOUs that I don't see in the plan right now, or the WMP guidelines.
Okay. When we get after lunch, I'll get into the guidelines at that point, and we'll talk about the process for how we can solicit feedback from you all on the guidelines themselves and the metrics that we've developed. Thanks.
Thank you, Melissa. So one of the things that we're looking at when I talk about developing a culture of compliance is really getting the people, everyone out in the field, to sort of focus on that common goal of getting, these issues resolved. And part of that's going to be making sure that anyone who's out there in the field is adding value. So, we are, as Kellen mentioned, we're breaking it up between north and south, so we can sort of focus on sort of the individual issues, and also understand that there's different climates we're dealing with in California. We don't want to have overarching methods that work really well in the forested environment in Northern California that don't work as well in some of the arid environments in Southern California and the desert. So we're looking at those things differently by breaking it up, but also understand that the cultures and even the way that the utilities have built their systems out are very different. PG&E, fewer circuits, very long circuits. SCE, lots and lots of shorter circuits. They're different systems. So by breaking it up, we can have people that can really focus on the individual ones. So that's how we're doing north and south. It's not going to be an arbitrary line. It's going to be more based on utility territories so that we can avoid duplicative efforts. So once we have the list of the IOUs, with CAL FIRE, and that's been vetted, that pool of independent evaluators will be in the field. They're going to get a lot of direction from the IOUs as far as where they're going, but we're also going to be putting feedback and also getting input from this board on issues that you see being important as far as the metrics we're looking at. That will all be incorporated into the direction that we're going to be giving them as far as what we want them to be cognizant of when they're out in the field. But when I talk about maximizing the value of these people, I want to make sure that there's value added with every layer. So if we have the utilities staff is out there in the field doing a job, looking for something, having an independent evaluator just sitting there in their truck, with a notepad checking the box saying, yes, you're doing it, there is some value added, but it could be better. So we're trying to make sure that the independent evaluators are adding benefit above and beyond the people working for the utility, that the compliance delegate is adding value above and beyond the independent evaluators, and that when my staff is out in the field, that they're gap filling, that they're bringing different perspectives. They're, in some cases, looking at the areas that no one else is looking at, so that we can figure out how to constantly improve the system. But we're not going to have a massive army of people out there looking at 4.5 million polls. We're going to have to figure out where to put people to be most effective, looking at the risks, and that's why what Melissa's team is doing is so important, is developing the maturity matrix, the risks, and saying, here is where we need to focus this first, year or two, and then work our way down the list. But also understanding as unanticipated changes in the system happen, events, we have to be nimble in how we do it. So I will try to wrap this up pretty quick because I know I'm sure running short on time. So the annual reviewing the annual compliance reports is sort of the last major issue, and both the IOUs they'll have a report looking at the compliance, their previous compliance period. There'll be an independent evaluator compliance report. What we want to make sure is that these reports aren't just sort of a cut and paste exercise where they just throw a bunch of data together. We want to make sure that we're using the independent evaluators, their inspection logs, our audit reports, all of the information that's within the CTS, this compliant tracking system, whatever form it takes ultimately, that we're using that to verify the accuracy, the completeness of these annual compliance reports, so that the public and other stakeholders can have confidence in those reports. So, we're going to spend a bit of time making sure that the detail in that report, those are accurate and that they're effective, that they're not just an annual exercise in creating paper. And also just, looking at what's in those reports to where we need to refocus our efforts. And there will be a lot of coordination between my branch and Melissa's branch, so that when she discovers improvements, things like that, I will incorporate that into our process and procedures. And when we find issues, we will bring that back to her, including, are the electric corporations, are they basically in compliance, so that when she's doing a review of their compliance safety certificates, she has as much information from my team as possible to do those reviews. And I will wrap it up there, and if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Am I on? All right, so report back at 1 o'clock, break for lunch, or would you like a little bit longer?
Okay.
1
thank you.
o'clock?
1 o'clock.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Diane.
Don't put any icky condiments on it. No icky condiments. I'm not a condiment. Oh. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
This is good. based on their backgrounds, mine.
Right. Control, yeah, so I think, well, I think what we do is, I think what we want to, yeah, so I think what we do is, I'll be back, I'm going to get her a sandwich. Did you want to get a sandwich too?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
Grab my coat.
Ask for your recommendation on this, because don't forget, you get to except for where it says you have to wait. All of us says you can also get recommendation on the rest of the house. So basically, you decide what is it that you want to do. Right, and we can just smooth it.
Area of things that you
Yeah,
want to do. There's real
Well, here's the other thing too, I'm not trying to understand. You don't have to do it, but money says that you have to do it. Right. So I mean, we can also, it's hard to say that. Yeah, that was wrong.
Test, test.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll resume the meeting of the California Wildfire Safety Advisory Board, and I think, Melissa, you were up.
Yes. Is this microphone on? Okay. We don't have a...
You need to speak up just a bit, please.
Okay. All right. So the plan now is to go a little bit backwards from where we were, which the compliance essentially comes after the wildfire mitigation plans are evaluated and either approved or denied. So we're going to step backwards now and go into the work that my branch will be doing in assessment of the wildfire mitigation plans, and go into a little bit more detail about the metrics and the guidance documents, and then talk about how you all can provide your input and how we can work together going forward. Just a little bit about me. I just joined in early December. Before that, I was an administrative law judge at the PUC since 2011 and an analyst before that. So in the event you have any questions about how to work with formal proceedings or anything like that at the PUC, I can be a resource for you on that. And I was working on the public safety power shutoff guidelines. That was my primary function before I moved over to this division. So like Christopher, I'm going to give you an overview of the work of this branch, and then I'll get into the specific details. So our mission that I'm seeing for this branch is to ensure that the electric corporation's programs and policies are effective at reducing utility-caused wildfire emissions. So everything we do should be to that aim. For our objectives for this year, it's finalizing the metrics and the process to evaluate the 2020 WMPs and undertake the evaluation process, which I'll go into in more detail. And then as part of issuance of safety certificates after the WMPs are assessed, it's reviewing, we have other options, other aspects that we have to do, including assessing the executive compensation programs of the utilities to ensure that they take into account and properly incentivize safety. And there are some other elements as well. For objectives, other objectives, continuing to develop the ongoing relationships with CAL FIRE, and I would say many others on there with academic relationships, with technology, so that we can continue to learn and grow and understand about what the forward-thinking action is that we need to be taking, that the utilities need to be taking, so that we can incorporate that into our evaluation plans and going forward basis. Like Christopher and everyone else on the team, my primary objective right now is to round out the team, to get the expertise on the internal team, and hiring our analysts and potentially some engineers and some other folks, bringing in GIS capabilities and environmental science capabilities. And then as of February 7th, the wildfire mitigation plans come in, and the plan is to go full steam into those and start on our 90-day statutory evaluation. Before I go into the 2020 process, just a little background on how we got to where we are today. The plans first came in 2019. At that time, they came in through a formal commission proceeding, so there was a assigned judge, ALJ Sarah Thomas, and there were 90 days to complete the evaluation of the plans from submission until the statutory deadline. The plans, as Caroline mentioned, the plans were primarily evaluated for their compliance with the statute, that they had all of the components that they needed in order to comply with the statute. But given the fact that this was our first pass, and given the fact that we had such limited time, that was as far as we were able to go for 2019. However, there's a guidance decision that was issued, and that is what set the framework for the work that we're doing here, which is the types of metrics, the types of information we wanted to be seeing on a going forward basis to start that conversation. During that time, AB 1054 was passed, and then the work that was part of the formal proceeding and is still somewhat part of the formal proceeding is now transferring over into the work that we're doing here to develop those guidelines and metrics going forward. We are continuing to work collaboratively with ALJ, and we are going to be doing some of the elements through the formal proceeding, but the process, this is our hybrid year, the process is eventually to move completely into our division as this division then moves out to the Natural Resources Agency. For the slide that you have, the key objectives for 2020 were to increase standardization across the IOUs, improve objectivity, and systematic review, and to do a forward-looking focus to drive maturity and continuous improvement. The plans that came in 2019, the utilities provided various different data sets and explained their progress in different ways. And so the objective really for this year is to move towards the ability to evaluate across the utilities and to have standard data so that we can look across years, across utilities, and understand what's happening in a meaningful way. It's also to front load the data so that we can, the data requests, so that we can look at that up front and not have to take as much time with data requests as was required last year, so that we can do a more meaningful evaluation in the time frame that we have. This goes into a little more detail about what the components are for the 2020 year. This is in reference to the ruling that Caroline talked about that was released on December 16th that released the guidance that we built in collaboration with Boston Consulting Group. And it was created with the input from Cpuc staff and then the steering committee and others that weighed in on this. There's the guidelines themselves, which essentially tell the utilities, this is the information we want, but this is how we want it presented, and these are the various metrics that we want to use. Then there's the maturity model, which Caroline went into a bit. This is essentially where the utilities self-assess as to where they are now and where they're planning to be in 3 years. And the assessment itself needs to be supported by the plans. It needs to be supported by data and have metrics behind it. And then there's the metric reporting itself, which was again creating those progress and outcome-based metrics, and I'll go into more detail about that. And then the supplemental data request is optional for 2020. It's more different types of metrics that we want to give the utilities more time to be able to develop the processes and develop their data sources. They will become part of what's required in 2021, but they are supplemental and not required for 2020. So going into the guidelines, I touched on this a little bit, but the goal again was just the standardization of data and the ability to compare and a clear format that we could all look at across the utilities. And including detail on the GIS data as well, so the maps and various sources of information that needed to be provided in order for us to be able to do our evaluation of the plans. That's the main area about the guidelines. I covered most of those other issues. I want to move into the maturity model a bit more, because this is essentially the heart of how we drive continuous improvement, and how we continue to look on a forward basis. As I mentioned, there's a survey that the utilities are going to do that was put out on paper and is about to be released as an electronic survey. And they will self-assess. As I mentioned, they'll self-assess, they'll give us that information, but it all must be backed by data in their plans. The maturity model is divided across 10 categories, 10 major buckets that we are going to look at, that they get to assess and we get to assess their progress on. And it's broken down into what we're calling insight, which is essentially situational awareness, understanding the landscape that they're operating in, the activities that they are taking in order to drive towards reduced PSPS events and also reduced utility wildfire ignitions, and then the governance. Each of the categories is then broken into capabilities, and these are the 52 capabilities. And I'll show you the next slide, a dive into those capabilities. But each one is essentially broken down, and they're assessed on each one of those capabilities. And the maturity level itself is set. There's a score. It's a 5-point score, so it's 0 to 4, with starting with below regulatory requirements, then going to meeting regulatory requirements or expectations. And the reason that this is meeting regulatory requirements is only one is a lot of our regulatory requirements, like GO 95, are essentially minimums. So the minimum amount of inspection that they have to do. They're not meant to be the end-all be-all of what they do. And then we have a step in between minimum and consistent with best practice, that they are moving beyond the minimum, but not quite at best practice, and then getting to best practice, and then improvement over best practice. And how these were all developed was a broad evaluation and research with stakeholders across countries and states and utilities to take a look at basically to calibrate the scale. Where are we? What are the best practices? What's driving forward in terms of technology, so we could essentially create a scale that could be calibrated. An important takeaway from this is that this is not static, and this is one of the areas that we are definitely going to want feedback in over time from you all, is that figuring out what is a best practice and what is improvement over best practice or world class is going to change over time. So we want to be continually updating what is included in the maturity matrix or model, such that these scales are calibrated. So they're not just moving from 0 to 4 and then they hang out at 4. It's supposed to be driving continuous improvement. This one, you'll be able to go into it in more detail, but this is essentially just a breakdown of the 52 capabilities that we'll be assessing the utilities on. And I should mention that part of the assessment is going to include audits, and I use that term differently than a compliance audit, but to be able to, on some levels, randomly go in and select to look in more detail, and then also if there's areas that we want to, once the plans come in, if we have more information that we need, we can go and do a deep dive and really audit what it is that they're saying. And that's one of the ways to check that how the utilities are assessing themselves is indeed feasible, and that they actually can get there, that they're actually on path to get there. Go into a bit about the proposed performance metrics. This is a change from what we saw in 2019. The guidance decision that ALJ Thomas released in 2019 spoke about that a lot of what the utilities were putting forward as what they called metrics were really program targets. For example, a certain number of trees, to cut down a certain number of trees that could cause interference. The goal really was to move this year towards measurable objectives that can really show that progress has been made. And so those are divided into progress metrics and outcome metrics. Briefly, and I'll allow you all to, on your own time, to go into the details of those, but the principles of the metrics that were adopted were that the metrics provide a complete picture of the utility's contribution to and impact on overall longer-term objectives of the Wildfire Safety Division and the CPUC. Good metrics should track information that can be used to inform actions, such as grid operations or capital allocation. They should include lagging indicators to understand the past incidents, and also leading indicators to understand near misses and help avoid potential incidents. Going forward, the data analysis should be used to determine which metrics best predict and or reflect wildfire risk, to update the list of metrics accordingly. And we do intend to do this for 2021 and forward beyond that. And the metrics should be provided in consistent units and normalized, so that we can, again, compare across utilities meaningfully and assess across the different metrics. And then, of course, the metrics should be auditable. Yep.
Sorry, I thought I hit the button. So when we're looking at the WMP guidelines, will we see these 52 capabilities already in the instructions that we've sent to the IOUs?
Yep, that's attachment 2.
Okay, so where would we see resource allocation methodology in the WMP guidelines, for instance? 5.3H.
Yeah, there. I didn't find it quickly. I could get back to you on that, but. So to answer, you asked a question earlier about feedback on the guidelines themselves, and presumably that would relate to the maturity matrix as well. So I wanted to make sure I answered that question, which is given the tight timeline that we're under for 2020, that the plans come in on February 7th, this is what we're going to work with for these plans. However, when we released these, we took comment from parties that came in January 7th, and we do have the intention of looking at these, incorporating those comments, and getting your feedback as well, so that we can update the guidelines, the metrics, everything that we're doing for 2021 and beyond. And I see that as a role very specifically because you have to provide that feedback and we need to incorporate that, but definitely on an ongoing basis. Especially because starting in 2021, we'll probably be looking at staggering the plans as they come in, so it won't be this one-time deadline. So how we do those updates is a process that we still need to work through, but there's definitely a role for the board in that process. So in essence, the review process is 3 steps. It's what we've been doing. It's the IOUs are currently drafting their wildfire mitigation plans. We've engaged in 2 question and answer calls with them already, and then we will be meeting with them again on the 27th to answer final questions about how to interpret different areas of requests. We've been able to provide clarification. And in the electronic version of the survey that we're about to put out for the maturity model, to provide more guidance so that everyone's on the same page. So to try to help as much upfront as possible to make sure that we're getting the information that we need. And then February through May starts the 90-day clock when those plans come in. And then implementation and learning is going to be June through November, which is essentially starting for going forward with the compliance process, but also integrating everything that we've learned and the feedback so that we can get ready for 2021. Briefly, in terms of how we're going to evaluate the plans, at its core, we are needing to look to make sure that they are comprehensive, that they meet the basic, that they meet the statutory requirements, they're comprehensive, that they contain enough information and data to support what it is that they say they are going to do, that they're technically feasible, and that the programs that they're putting in place and the policies they're putting in place have an outcome of reducing utility-caused wildfire ignitions. That's the goal, right? So we should be looking at that and balancing between driving forward, so spend and programs that are on the forefront or on the cusp of where we're moving, with programs that we know are effective, the basics, of how we make sure that we actually achieve this goal. We're still in the process of developing the very, very specifics of the evaluation and how that will work. We're going to be going through training with our subject matter experts on January 30th and learning how we're all going to do that, because this year the subject matter experts are going to work across utilities, so they're going to work on one of those 10 areas of functionality as opposed to looking just at a plan overall. And then we will also have people looking at the plan overall. And this year is also, it's a hybrid year again, so we're leveraging a lot of the team that was on board last year from the PUC who are not staff members of Wildfire Safety Division, as we bring on our people as well and bring them up to speed. We also are working very closely with CAL FIRE, and there's a team over there that's going to be working as well to do portions of the evaluation. So those are the big deadlines we have coming up. Then the plans themselves come in. We have some workshops coming up. So on February 18th and potentially the 19th, the utilities will be presenting their plans. And they did this last year as well, giving an overview and starting to take questions so that we can understand what's in there. And then the following week, we'll have technical workshops where we'll find particular areas that we want to dive deeper into. And we won't know that until we look at the plans themselves and see what's there, and also have those introductory workshops. So it's a quick turnaround, but we'll dive deeper into various areas and ask more questions and detailed questions. And it is a public stakeholder process, so we will take comments from stakeholders beginning on April 7th, and then the utilities will have an opportunity to reply to those recommendations or concerns of stakeholders. And we take all of that together to issue resolutions, as opposed to decisions this year, to issue resolutions either approving or denying the plans. So that's all I have, and I'm happy to take any questions or go into further detail or depth.
How long are those utility presentations expected to be?
Scheduling 2 days. I think last year it was only 1 day, but there's a lot more coming in this year, a lot more information. So, there's essentially, 7 plans to go through? So, yeah, TBD.
Are there any other questions from the board?
Thanks, Melissa, and everyone. That preceded her, just quickly looking at the key dates, it would be helpful for us if you could plug in where you saw our input being most valuable, and then we can consider that in doing our scheduling. Because I see that May 7th is a WMP decision by the commission, and I want to make sure we're aligned properly with your review process and the expectation. We're making recommendations that will go into October and then the end of the year. But I just thought if you could add us into your timeline, that would be great.
Yes, actually, if you go to the last slide in the slide deck, there's a higher level timeline that we created. So hers was specific to the wildfire mitigation plan evaluation process. And then we have a timeline here that gives the sort of, let's call it the next layer up of key dates. There you go. Right. So basically, just to orient everyone to it, the ruling with the new 2020 guidelines was December 16th. Here we're at today. The plans are due on the 7th. Our decision on the division's decision on the plan is due in May 7th. And then per the legislated mandate in terms of the board, the recommendations are due to us the end of June. We then would analyze those recommendations, provide our recommendations to the commission at the end of October, and then the commission is to decide on them by the end of December. Does that help in terms of answering the question you had?
Yes, so just it raised another question. So what you're looking for from us are recommendations to feed into the 2021 plan guidelines.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, so it's such a tight timeline here for the 2020 that we'll move forward as is. But we definitely want to take another look at that for 2021, and that's where your input is most needed.
Thank you.
Our key buckets there for the input for the 2021 are the public comments that we've already received that we're incorporating, your recommendations, and then also our own lessons learned by exercising these new guidelines. Because again, this is the first time around of these new guidelines, so we're exercising them in this evaluation process. We'll learn lessons from that, and then we'll incorporate all of that into the 2021 guidelines.
So as we go forward, you had indicated you wanted to seek our review and input on various stages of your work. Is that for the 2020 plans as well?
We weren't expecting you to necessarily have to provide input on the 2020 plans, since in terms of the timing, I don't think that there's really time for that. But we're looking for the recommendations on the 2021 guidelines. And then also, speaking of the compliance requirements, somewhere in that, there's no legislative timeline on that, so we can choose that, but we can also offer up what compliance requirements we're looking at and get your input on that as well.
Good. And then, listening to the presentations, it sounds though we will be involved in a conversation with you on how you're looking at the 2020 guideline and what's working and what's not working.
Yes.
That'll be very important for us. Thank you.
That could take the form, as you have ongoing meetings, of us providing feedback in real time. We have to talk about that, but we'll be collecting as we go through this process our learnings, and then we'll be updating the metrics as well. Some of that will happen after we get through the plans, simply because of the timing. But
If there are no other questions or comments at this time, we will open it up to public comment.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am Barry Moline, the Executive Director of the California Municipal Utilities Association. CMUA represents 45 publicly owned electric utilities, or POUs for short, that provide power to 22% of the state. POUs range in size, with large ones like the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and SMUD here in Sacramento, to smaller communities like the city of Healdsburg in Sonoma County. Local governing boards in each of our POU communities recently adopted their wildfire mitigation plans for the utilities that they oversee. And in accordance with state law, beginning July 1st, POUs will submit their plans to you, this newly formed board. And this board will in turn review each plan's content and you'll review the content for sufficiency and issue recommendations and advisory opinions on the POU wildfire mitigation plans. Each POU also has an independent third-party expert, generally a fire mitigation consultant, who performs an additional review of the plan. POUs are locally governed and are not-for-profit electric utilities. They provide service in geographically diverse parts of the state, from the coast to the Central Valley. The mountains were urban and rural. And in all cases, the focus of POUs is on the actions that maintain and improve the safety of their communities and their customers. We implement both best practices as well as state law to minimize the risk of power line ignited wildfires. So CMUA members are looking forward to working closely with the board to review and assess POU wildfire mitigation plans, and CMUA would like to make two requests of the board at this initial meeting. First, because POUs will be submitting their wildfire mitigation plans to the board by July of this year, we feel that it's important that the board's procedures and compliance rules are clear and simple and in place well in advance of the deadline. So we respectfully ask that the board provide this direction and be prepared to begin accepting POU plans, if possible, by no later than April 1st. Second, POUs will update their wildfire mitigation plans on an annual basis. And these annual updates will take into consideration input that they receive from their communities, input from their independent evaluator, lessons learned from events that occur during the year, and importantly, the review and advisory opinions provided by this board. So with that in mind, it would be great and of extreme value if the board's review of POU plans was completed by a date certain, just identified a date, that each year, so that POUs can rely on that date to build into their timeline and the board's input so that they can schedule it as they're implementing and updating their plans, and most important, investing in wildfire mitigation. CMUA respectfully asks that the board publicly establish a target date for issuing its recommendations on POU wildfire mitigation plans so that each POU can determine where this board's input fits into its wildfire mitigation plan update process. So in closing, we look forward to collaborating with the board and your staff on safeguarding the safety and resiliency of our communities while continuing to deliver on California's climate goals and while providing reliable and affordable electricity. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Okay, so I wanted to summarize a few action items that we had today. And first, we have a chair. Thank you. Chair Edwards and co-chair Fellman. Thank you very much. We tabled the bylaws, so we'll be coming back to those. You asked for PRA requirements and some clarification on the ex parte and the exemption and what that means. And then last, we picked dates. So we have 4 dates for the next meeting: March 11th, which is in Sacramento; April 15th, which is in San Francisco, May 27th in San Francisco, and June 24th in San Diego. And I know those are drafts. I know, Jessica, you would ask that right now it's preliminary, probably dates. Okay?
We're also going to look, is mine on again? I've turned it off. We're also going to look for some additional opportunities in the shorter term to meet so we can get our feet under us a little bit better.
Got it.
May I also ask, Caroline, the requests that were made by CMUA, are those things that you can put into perspective for us in terms of your broader timelines so that we can be responsive in an answer?
Yes, we can certainly discuss that and put it into the broader timeline.
If there's our board members, do you have any other questions at this time?
Members who are interested, a moment to make some closing statements or some inaugural statements, whichever. And again, only if you are so interested, and I'd like to start with Diane.
Thank you, Chair Edwards. I'm honored and humbled to be here today. My long career has been in the energy policy sector in California, has been dedicated to balancing the interests of public policy with the private sector's need to have an investment platform to achieve those policies, and I'd like to bring that perspective to this wildfire question, because it would be wonderful to do everything, but there are no 100% guarantees, and trying to do that is cost prohibitive in the state. Having said that, we need to balance the catastrophic wildfire incidents with the implications for all of California, its residents, businesses, and governments, to ensure safe, reliable, resilient, and clean power continuing to meet our climate goals in this state. So this was a very, very interesting meeting today. I've enjoyed meeting my colleagues, and thank you to the CPUC for organizing this and giving us this deep dive. I'm sure I'll have a lot of questions. And I also invite all the stakeholders, especially members of the public, to engage in our process so we have the broadest set of views upon which to make our decisions. Thank you.
Mr. Porter?
No comments at this time.
Fun. I just want to say thank you also. I'm honored and humbled to be here as well. I'm really encouraged by all of the content that's been put forward, and I know that I'm going to have a bunch of questions about the 52 points. So I'm looking forward to future conversation and being as helpful as I can be.
Mr. Armstrong?
I too want to thank everybody. I'm humbled to be part of this as well. Spent my whole career in the utility industry. Most of the time dealing with the workforce that's out there, maintaining the lines and the system. We've got a big challenge ahead of us, and looking forward to that. So, thank you.
Else from staff and nothing else from the board, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. One of you's got to make it.
I move that we adjourn.
Second? Is there an aye
Second.
vote?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.